Members have deliberated on the Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021. Therefore, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance, Leader of Government Business, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that short committee stage. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021 has passed committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021 be read a third time and pass as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Proliferation Financing Prohibition Act 2021.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to introduce another bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise. Mr. Speaker, to move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while on my feet with it, Mr. Speaker, this is an exercise we do, Mr. Speaker, from time to time to regularize expenditures that were incurred in the past in the Supplementary Act 2016, Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 was introduced and read for the first time in the House of Assembly on the 4th March 2021 by yours truly, Andrew A. Foy, Premier Minister of Finance. And that's where the bill received this first reading, as I said. And however, the bill was first received in the House of Assembly on the 19th February 2021. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to provide for the sanction of certain payments for the Consolidation Fund in excess of the appropriated sum for the year 2016 as detailed in the schedule. The bill consists of two sections and one schedule. Mr. Speaker, what we do is we make sure that when the budget is passed in any budgetary year, every government from the existence of budgets will have either extra expenditure to what was approved or other expenditure than what was approved originally in the budget, or would have monies that were already approved, but they had to be reallocated during the year because all the funds for that approved section were not being foreseen as going to be used in that budgetary year. So rather than the funds being lost once the year is finished and you can't get them back, those funds are usually transferred, so to speak, to another head that would need more funding. But any transaction that is done contrary or outside of the scope of what was approved in the budget must come back to the House of Assembly for approval. So in 2016, like every other year, there were extra expenditure than what was approved or activities that did not reflect totally what was approved. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you have monies in, say, rent, and it's totaling $100,000 for the year, but in that subhead you only spent $20,000, and there is a need for monies in another area in your ministry or department, you would do the necessary paperwork through the Ministry of Finance and have that money reallocated to other area, whether it be utilities or whatever other areas, because it can be more than one area. But once you transfer those funds or reallocate them, is the financial term, to another head, then you have proceeded with the actions that were outside the scope of what was approved in the budget. So you would have to now come back to the House of Assembly to do what we call regularizing of that expenditure, because only the House can regularize such expenditure. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, if you have spent more money or new monies than what was budgeted for and was approved outside of the House in terms of principal approval, you would have to come back to the House to get it regularized based on the financial management regulations and the laws that govern the finances of this territory. Mr. Speaker, what we have done since taking office is make sure that all these are done in a more timely manner. And with our revision of the different bills that we are doing, we are putting a time frame on it to make sure that the following year, no more than 6 months into the following year, that any such transaction and expenditures would come to the House of Assembly and be regularized. Mr. Speaker, thus far, since taking office in 2019, we have tried our best and have achieved with high success to regularize any expenditure or reallocation through what we call the supplementary appropriation, Mr. Speaker, which is what we are doing now. But during our tenure, we make sure any supplementary appropriations came to this House and is coming to this House in a timely manner so that we can regularize those areas. Mr. Speaker, even although sometimes you come with the SAP and regularize the SAP, when the Auditor General does her assessment or his or her assessment, what we see is sometimes they pick up on some irregularities that might not have been identified. And if that happens, you also have to come back to the House of Assembly and have it regularized in terms of this legal process. Since we have come to office, we have had to regularize a lot of accounts before our time, and this is another one of them. Note the year 2016. Mr. Speaker, the year speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. So we want to make sure that whether it is the supplementary based on extra spending or to regularize any areas highlighted by the Accountant General, that we come back to this House in a more timely manner within 6 months of the previous year where the budget was approved, because it's very important that we make sure that our efforts in making sure the people's monies are accounted for in a more timely manner should be the mantra of any government. Might I add, Mr. Speaker, these are very important too to help us with the audited financial statements, because when we took office, Mr. Speaker, it was clear that the audited financial statements were very much behind. We have 2017 that we brought into play, 16 and 17. I think it is up to 17. And we're working feverishly to have them fully updated. Mr. Speaker, is the one area left for us to check off as a government to put us in good standing overall financially. We were outside the ratios when we took office, but we were able to come inside of the ratios since, allowing us to be able to eliminate that breach, Mr. Speaker. And other areas of the finances, we try to make sure that we keep them as up to date as is possible. That's why I'm confident, Mr. Speaker, that despite any chatter, this territory continues to handle the finances, its finances, better than most. And, Mr. Speaker, almost as best as is humanly possible, especially given the challenges of COVID-19. Because there are those, Mr. Speaker, who are speaking as if the challenges of COVID-19 did not hit the Virgin Islands. So we should be able to do anything and everything that needs to be done and not letting persons be conscious at all time that plenty of resources and huge sums of money was spent to keep us safe and to keep the public service hired during the COVID-19 and to keep us, Mr. Speaker, our numbers down during the COVID-19 and to keep, Mr. Speaker, food on the table even during the lockdowns in the COVID-19 era. And even with the grant, all the money, Mr. Speaker, hit the target. As we know, Social Security has been giving out grants for years, but only the one that was most directly helping the people comes under scrutiny. But they have been giving out grants and loans for years. There's some loans where it was given out for roads and all of them. I don't know if they're finished paved yet, but I'm amazed which one of the sections of Social Security give out is the only one being targeted, and it shouldn't, because it's public money. But all of it has hit its target under this administration, despite the chatter. And, Mr. Speaker, we come now to regularize the expenditure in 2016. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, just maybe, if the emphasis on all that is happening under this administration in just 2 years, which I welcome because you cannot be private in the public, had it been given the same emphasis by the army that's coming forward now with on this government, maybe this expenditure in 2016 would have been regularized before. But that's just maybe. But, Mr. Speaker, we are where we are. And we do not intend as a government to go back in these areas of having these long outstanding regularization of expenditure of the public's funds to be a norm. We intend to make sure that we are prudent, move forward with the integrity that we are moving forward with, and the consistency of reporting to this honorable House, and making sure that we have regular meetings to make sure we do the people's business and have more opportunity to report such supplementary, pass so many bills of crucial nature to the survival and thriving of the territory. So, Mr. Speaker, we're glad that we're able to do this supplementary appropriation of 2016. The Ministry of Finance, after the debate, will come and they will give their overall assessment of it. And, Mr. Speaker, that'll be done during the committee stage. But, Mr. Speaker, I so move that this bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 now move into the debate stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I'll just say something very short, Mr. Speaker. Every year, we pass our budget, Mr. Speaker, known as the Appropriation Act. And this is a democracy, Mr. Speaker. The money that government makes is not for any particular member of the elected government or any civil servant. It's money that belongs to the people. And it is appropriate that we outline, we go through a whole process of sitting and standing finance, and we go through estimates, and civil servants, they go and they make their case for monies being spent in any particular way for the benefit of the people. And we come to the House and we pass it. And if we make any shifts to that, Mr. Speaker, it is appropriate for us to come back to the House of Assembly and report to the people whatever shifts have been made. And in terms of being fiscally responsible and ensuring that our books are reflective of how monies are spent, and that's legally enforced in the People's House, that is in keeping in good governance and good financial practice and good stewardship. And I certainly want to recognize the Minister of Finance, who is taking that aspect of the job very seriously. I want to acknowledge our former Financial Secretary, Mr. Glenroy Forbes, in terms of committing himself to making sure that we get in the appropriate audits done every year and making sure our finances are regularized. And I want to recognize our current acting Financial Secretary for continuing along that vein. Mr. Speaker, I'm anxious for us to regularize for all the past years. Of course, this is 2016 and we're now in 2021. I'm looking forward to all the outstanding years to come up to date. So I certainly thank the Premier for bringing this bill, and I give it my full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I always say that if my child come home from school with a B or a C and expecting me to clap and cheer, that child might be making a mistake because I expect that of the child. I'm not telling other parents not to clap and cheer for their children with those kind of grades. But when you expect something, Mr. Speaker, you don't actually go out and start cheering about it when it happens. If it doesn't happen, you have reasons for concern. Now, the bill before us, this supplementary, is talking about cleaning up our accounts from 2016. Those are the kind of bills you pass midnight, Mr. Speaker. When we're here at midnight, you know, when we all are here at midnight asking for the cameras to pan, that's the time you pass those kind of bills, where you don't want anybody to know about it. It just happen. Just let it go. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, the Premier, he had a lot to say about this bill. And he talked about being compliant with the ratios and all that, which I commend him for a crafty juggling of the formulas to get him where he is now. I commend him for that. There's something that should have been done. I didn't think he used to listen when I was talking to make sure that these kind of things get done. He made sure that got done. So kudos to you, sir, for being compliant. But, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is guilty of something that I think they should stop. I think they should stop it, Mr. Speaker. Not taking away from them the hard work that they do and the credit they deserve for that work. But you only need to make one mistake in life, Mr. Speaker, to discredit you. And I'm going to tell you, the Ministry of Finance should not come to this House of Assembly in standing finance, not making clear to us what they're doing. Supplementaries are not just for cleaning up the accounts, Mr. Speaker. Supplementaries are used for appropriating funds. And I want to ask the Premier if he thinks it's right that for us, the district representative, all 9 of us, to go through an entire 2021 knowing that we came to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, in standing finance and appropriated $200,000 for each district, only to find out that it was wiped out to pay debt for years past. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, I watched projects completed in my district in 2020 for which I thought monies were paid from the 2020 budget, only to learn that of the $200,000 I see between the minister and the ministry and the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, they keep whittling away the $200,000. So for the whole of 2021, unless the Premier does the right thing and appropriates some monies for the district, we won't be having any money to do any work in the district. Now, the last principle that was employed by the last administration was to starve the third. I don't know if this Premier would stoop that low to do such a thing. But you see what that brings you. It doesn't gain you anything to starve the third. The third district is a resilient district. At some point, they will come through. And I will do commend this administration for the work they've done in the third since they took office. I do commend them. But I also beseech them not to stop. Yeah, dynamism is a thing that's constant. It doesn't start and stop. You want to be a dynamic administration, you want to be a dynamic government, don't overlook the third district. Because contrary to the belief of many, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere. So don't fall into that trap, Mr. Premier. I know you're going to be around for a long time, too. Very long time you're going to be around. Don't worry about the radio show. Don't worry about all those things. I've lived through those already. I'm just planning for the next move, Mr. Premier. Planning the next move. But Mr. Speaker, all jokes aside and all seriousness, when it comes to keeping the momentum, we have to make sure we keep it. And it doesn't cost an arm and a leg for a $416.20 million budget, Mr. Speaker. All we are asking, if you take the 9 districts and you $200,000 each, is less than $2 million. $1.8 million, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have to collectively stand up as district representatives to ensure that the monies that we appropriate are being spent to the interest of the people, in the interest of the people. $414, $415, $16 million, where did it go? Where is it going? I mean, you could show it to me on paper, yes, but I can't comprehend it when I don't see something concrete. We have a TIF. How much of the TIF has been appropriated for 2021? Couple $100,000? No, you fix it as far as finding it. But as far as appropriating the money, I'm saying to you today, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to you, Premier, today, we have an opportunity. We already entered the second quarter of 2021. Already we've entered the second quarter. And trust me when I tell you this, every one of you, the new ones in particular, might have found out over 2020 that if it isn't started by August, it ain't getting done in the year. Projects. You start a project in August and somewhere down in December it's still floundering around. Somebody has to come out to make some adjustments. They don't come. It don't happen. We need to get these things going. $200,000 is peanuts for a $415 million budget for a district, a whole district. I'm not saying that that's the only money that's spent in the district, but those are the monies that we have some form of say-so over where it goes. Yes, we have other social services, we got community centers. Those comes directly through the ministry and its departments. We have the schools, yes, that comes directly from the ministry and its departments. District representatives don't have much so to speak about those things. I was driving along Drake's Highway. I hate to call it that name anymore, but until this administration or some administration decide to change it, I'll call it that, so people can know where I'm at. I was driving along that road, a short stretch of that road, from Palestina to Albion, short stretch. And I looked at that road and I'm saying to myself, you know, a little bit of cosmetics could go a long way, just a little bit. The people, they bury cables in the street, they cut the street, they bury the cables, they patch the road back, and within a year or less, you can see that profile in the road, the contour. You're driving along the road, it's like you might as well be on a back road somewhere that wasn't paved. This is a main thoroughfare, and this is not just germane or isolated to the 3rd District, it's territory-wide. The government bought an asphalt plant. I'm sure they're having more difficulties than a little bit trying to set it up. Every time you look around, there's some monies you can't get. This is where we need to spend our money so that it counts. So I don't understand the service anymore, because as the budgets get bigger, the services get worse. I just don't understand. So Premier, I am asking you, there's no time like the present. There's nothing you can't do, Mr. Premier. You can do it. You have our support. Use this opportunity to appropriate some monies in this supplementary. Pardon me? We do a lot of things with amendments. We amend a lot of things. That's what the title is. We just amend the title. It's a supplementary is a supplementary. It came here for that, but when it leaves here, it will go with that plus. This is the House of Assembly. It doesn't have to go to Cabinet. Cabinet is the executive. Who's the Cabinet? 5 ministers. You all are right here. Got your government with you. You got the opposition with you on this. Every member of the opposition is a district representative. I don't see one of them saying nay to it. Not one. Mr. Speaker, I come to this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to represent people. Not just the ones that elected me, Mr. Speaker, but the entire territory. If something isn't going wrong and isn't going right in Anegada, it concerns me. If it isn't going right in Jost Van Dyke, it concerns me. And I know it can't be going right because they're broke just like me. If the member for the 9th district has money and I don't have money, something isn't right. It means they're playing favoritism, and I know that didn't happen. We all broke. He may not want to jump up like me, but the member for the 5th. We got to get things right. We got to fix things. We cannot allow the Ministry of Finance, knowing full well that they don't have all the time in the world when they come before us. We don't have all the time in the world. We're under pressure. We rush things. We got to rush things out. But let us know that if you touch this, it's hot. Don't wait until we touch it and then tell us, I forgot to tell you, geez, you didn't ask, so you got burned. Just tell us, listen, fellas, we are going to use the monies that are being appropriated for the 2021 budget to pay bills that were incurred in 2020. And it ain't that we didn't have money in our budget for 2020. It's just that they didn't process the paperwork before 2020 finished. And that brings me to the major point, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to capital. Capital funds, once they're appropriated in the House, nobody can move them until they're spent, unless you come back to the House and reappropriate those funds. And if that's what you're doing, let us know. Don't sneak it in there and let the budget pass and say, well, hey, you guys reappropriated funds. Didn't you know? You know what you call that, Mr. Speaker? There's a word you call things when you sneak things on people. When you didn't, we weren't talking about that, so why should I concern myself about it? But you sneak it in anyway. You go back to my district and the funds that were appropriated for 2020, and you look at the amount of money that was not spent for 2020. And it ain't my fault that it wasn't spent because it was committed. All that money was committed. When you sign a contract, Mr. Speaker, you get a purchase order. Once you get a purchase order, it's committing the funds. All those contracts were signed in 2020. They must be paid from the 2020 budget, not the 2021 budget. And you can't sign a contract unless you have the money. A lot of things are happening that we need to stop. We need to stop it. And the members, the government members being new, as they are, like everything else. The old man taking the young man to school. Cheating him every step of the way. Poor fellow doesn't know. Because he doesn't expect it. Number one, he doesn't expect it. That's the main part. He doesn't expect it. So I'm imploring the Premier, because I noticed that, contrary to the way things used to be back in the old days, we got a lot of money, but it's not plentiful. So what you don't get now, you're not going to get for the rest of the year. So we need to speak up. We need to speak up and make sure that it happens now. I am not turning a blind eye to the situation with COVID. I recognize the difficulties that we're having raising monies and all the rest of it. But some things get priority, Mr. Speaker. Some things get priority. And I see no reason why they shouldn't take priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contributions. Floor is still open. With no other member indicating their willingness to debate, I call upon the Minister of Finance to wrap up on the Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud all those who debated this verbally and in their hearts. it really meant a lot to hear from all 13 members verbally and in their heads. The member of the third, my good friend, we go way back. We traversed the aisles of the opposition together for many years. And we've traversed the government now and again, but we've had many years over in the opposition. And I heard his passion. And I want him to know that the difficult I'll do right away. The impossible will take some time. Because today we are regularizing money spent in 2016, not 2020. This is money done spent, gone, finito, finished. And we have brought it now in 2021 to regularize. I want the member to know that we too understand the pain of so much demand and limited resources. I do admire how he caveat in COVID-19 to the end, but that would have had to be more to the beginning, in the middle, and to the end. Because there's no secret the challenges COVID-19 has brought onto this territory and to the world. It has not been a very easy time to lead any country during COVID-19. There are so many challenges that all leaders I know throughout the world held and is holding tight to their chest, because if they tell the country that they're leading some of the challenges, it may get some of them frightened, and some may even destabilize their country. But the team at the Ministry of Finance, and even as I premier with Minister of Finance in the Premier's office and all the other ministries and ministers, and even with our Attorney General's office, are together because we realize that only together through innovation we can have any chance to be victorious through this COVID-19 era. And Mr. Speaker, the reason that I say that is that we too agree that we want to get more done. But Mr. Speaker, with the money that has been used to keep us safe, so safe that some take it for granted and continue to just speak about all that needs to be done now, forgetting that a lot of millions have been spent to get us to where we are now. And the Minister of Health rightfully said from the beginning of COVID that our success is what he's concerned about with fighting this global pandemic, because our success will turn around to be our greatest challenge. And we're here. Mr. Speaker, when you look around at the BVI, let us call it what it is. It's God's blessings. Trinidad shut down. Barbados, challenges just like Trinidad. Our neighbor there, St. Martin, challenges. You go through the whole Caribbean, just about most of them challenges. Our sister island, OT, Anguilla, going good. One day, turn around with COVID-19. They went as high as 95 cases. So we take what we are doing here in the BVI to mean nothing, because it seems, at least some of us, that it is just happening. It took some resources to make it happen. A lot of prayer, a lot of resources, and continue to take resources to keep us safe. There are parliaments that can't even meet like us now. They must meet online. And we have taken the success of what God has helped us with the COVID-19 and turn it, some of us have turned it into a fiasco of trying to now say, let's move ahead and get everything done now. Not taking into account what it took to get us here. And yes, we have to move on, but we also have to do so cautiously. But let's not forget what we're doing in this bill. We're regularizing expenditures in 2016. I am sure if we were regularizing expenditures in 2016 and we were the government, then the whole opposition would have gotten up and spoken. I'm sure of that. But the member for the third, I guess, spoke for all of them. Mr. Speaker, our aim is to make sure that we don't go back into these practices of spending the people's money. And we're not saying anything wrong with some of the expenditures, or most of them. But if not all, that's not for me to say. But the reporting of it, to have it being done and regularized some 5 years later, makes me sometimes ask those without sin cast the first stone. If I don't see you till 5 years later to pay him back to regularize it, how he would feel? And Mr. Speaker, when we look at it now, we have the most good governance legislation coming through than any government in the history of these Virgin Islands. And we ain't doing it because it's convenient or pressure to, or any COI or anything. We're doing it because we promised it. And COVID-19 delayed us, but we're on the road to do it. We've had more public consultation on bills than any other government in the history of these Virgin Islands. But yes, they say we're hiding things. And I said those things, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at these things here, we come now to the people and say, well, all right, we're going to regularize expenditure that was spent in 2016 so that you, the people, can get your books balanced. We cannot give the audited financial statements until all these things are done. And while looking through to get it done, these are some of the things that we found didn't come back to the House as yet. And I asked, meekly, where was the vigilance then? I asked, respectfully, where was the watchdogs then? The opposition, of which the member for the third was part of, mentioned these things before, with some help in previous House of Assemblies. But we didn't hear no one on the government side of the day echo and said, yes, this needs to be done. But we're not going to be so, Mr. Speaker, and we're not going to let people try to brand us how they want while their backyard full of all kind of thing and try to brand us how they want and try to get us to major in the minor. This won't make no talk show because the target is not the one who delayed it. But these must not be anymore, and they will not be. We will bring the regularization of the expenditure of public funds to the light of the people in a more prudent time frame, so that the Auditor General can do their job, and then if any other thing is picked up by the Auditor General, they can come back here in a more timely manner so that the whole appropriation can be retired properly. Let me break it down for the people of the Virgin Islands. The expenditure of 2016 cannot be retired properly because these are some of the areas that I found that have not been properly disposed of. And when I say so, I mean in terms of coming to the house according to the laws. And let me add to the people that we have to look over these, because if there's any error at all, it shows off their account straight up into 2021. That's the magnitude of what we're doing here. So we're not going to close it off so simple and make people think it's just a simple exercise. The member for the third said that normally you do something like this during midnight, but most people ain't listening. That's if it's the government who spend it could do it midnight. But we need to always do all these when the people listening. So, Mr. Speaker, let's move forward now in the committee stage, and let's regularize it. I myself, Deputy Premier, can't remember what was spent by the government in 2016. I have to refresh my memory. I don't know what all monies would have been in there. 2016. But we will see when we go through the committee stage and refresh our memory what was there. And we will regularize and move forward. I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Finance, the past Financial Secretary, the current Financial Secretary. Thank all the members of this government. And I want to thank the Attorney General Office, Attorney General, myself, because there are stages which this could have come forward. And I don't want to bust the member from the third's bubble, but there's nothing that I'm going to touch in this bill, because this is only dealing with making sure we have the ceremony for something that is already gone. Money done spent. Water under the bridge. So, people of the Virgin Islands know we can move forward into more prudent financial practices by regularizing these things in a more timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Premier for his wrap-up. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as a supplementary appropriation 2016 Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise after such a lengthy the committee stage to beg to report that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 be read a third time as passed.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as a Supplementary Appropriation 2016 Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed without amendments. I now call again on the Premier and Minister of Finance, Leader of Government's Business, and representative for the First District to move a motion for an additional bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the bill shortly entitled Financing and the Money Services Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I will just say with this, what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, with this bill thus far is that the financial services is the one that administers the oversight of this initiative. And every quarter, since it has been implemented with a 7% that comes to government, they would do the transfer over to the central government. But in the agreement, it was always stated that financial services has an administrative fee for this transaction. And it is a fee which financial services cannot just withdraw from the funds before having them paid over to central government. In order to do that, Mr. Speaker, there needed to be an amendment to the act to allow financial services to deduct their monies every quarter rather than having it sent over to central government. And the issue is because the act does not allow central government to pay it back over to financial services. The money for financial services is right now stuck because of the legislation over by central government. Mr. Speaker, since we started this initiative, we have recognized that the 7% is divided into 5 categories, and each category gets 20% of the money that comes out. So whatever 7% of the money is collected is divided into 5 even categories, which is really 20%. So you have 20% for first-time land and homeowners, 20% for senior citizens, the home and other senior citizens initiatives, 20% for scholarships in various fields, 20% to further establish and strengthen our fishing industry, and 20% to further establish and strengthen our agriculture industry in different areas. Mr. Speaker, to date, the figure that has been reported to me and I share with this House is that they have collected $2,314,958.21. That, Mr. Figure, is so far, Mr. Speaker, is what has been collected and also transferred to central government from financial services for this initiative thus far. That's $2,314,958.21, which means, Mr. Speaker, at current, with the funds, the 5 funds that the money has been evenly distributed in, would mean that we would have in those accounts, in those funds, $462,991.64. So, Mr. Speaker, in the account right now to strengthen our fishing industry and diversify it, there's now $462,991.64. In the account to strengthen the agriculture industry, there is now $462,991.64. In the account for scholarships to strengthen our economy in different areas and with certain specified areas of studies, Mr. Speaker, we now have $462,991.64. In the account, Mr. Speaker, for first-time land and home owners to help our people, we now have $462,991.64. And in the account to start to look about building a senior citizens home for the elderly, for our golden gems and other senior initiatives, we now have $462,991.64. Mr. Speaker, this is a drop in the bucket if this initiative was implemented from years ago. Mr. Speaker, projections show that we would have been in the millions in each of the heads. And even although we will revisit it from time to time, even with the percentage over time, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, for the years that I've been in politics, one thing I've learned, if you do not speak to the country's money to direct it, just like you would speak to your own money and direct it where it should go to help the people, it will speak for you and go in areas that when it disappears in terms of going into other projects, you don't realize the true impact of what the funds should have been impacting. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, we are now in a better position to have our funds targeted in those areas since we have had this initiative with the money services. I would go a step further, Mr. Speaker, why it is important to make sure that you pay attention to these funds and make sure that the monies go into the funds. The Minister of Transport rightfully identified upon being elected after about our first year that the TIF, the Transportation Fund, that was legislated, is legislated, of how the money is calculated with any fuel that comes in the country and how much of it goes to the TIF. And it is in the legislation that that money be placed in a special fund. To come to find out when we are finished after the first budget going into the second, the Minister of Transport will bear me out on this, there were $0.00 inside of that fund. And there's a legislation that states clearly that that fund must at all times see the deposits based on a calculation that's done which I wouldn't go into the calculation, but a calculation that's done based on the fuel that we import into this country in terms of a certain percentage of it or cents of it goes towards it. I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that we have reinstated that fund. And, Mr. Speaker, I do not have the total figure because we keep making sure that we deposit the money in that fund. But I know, Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, it was at 1.3 million US dollars, which is going to go towards making sure we have proper road network. And it will save us significant money because the government has already purchased its own asphalt plant. Now with that money coming into that fund, and it's being targeted directly to what the legislation says that it needs to go, we can now move towards not having to look for money to help with the roads, but have that fund that is being properly funded according to legislation to now speak for us to start to improve our road infrastructure, etc., in which I thank the Minister of Transport, Honorable Reimer, for highlighting that. And we have done the same with the money services. We have targeted the money where it should go. And, Mr. Speaker, these funds, the Minister of Education has already stated, will be there to start to help with the junior school and also to start to help with certain scholarships and also even in the sporting arena with scholarships. And also, Mr. Speaker, to help us continue our program of going green with our schools. So, Mr. Speaker, we have recognized that the fund is building up, but it cannot be spent anyhow. It is already legislated what the money must be spent on and how. Mr. Speaker, all these tenets to strengthen good governance have been put in by this administration. But since no one else says anything about these areas, we have to now do the only admirable thing to let persons know what has been done in the best interest of the people, so that any government that comes to this honorable house, no matter who they are, must now put that money in the TIF so that we can make sure there are funds to strengthen our road network. It was already legislated years ago, but it was ignored. So there was $0 in that fund, but now the fund must come based on the number of cents, that the amount of money in terms of cents coming from fuel that's imported. And, Mr. Speaker, like I said, that fund now has $1.3 million. I will go further to say, had the legislation been adhered to, our calculations show that we would have had right now no less than $7 million in that fund to help with our road transportation network. And I remember the TIF because I need to stretch and go a little further back and thank one of our former ministers of Transportation and Works, Honorable Julian Fraser, for stressing on that TIF. And it wouldn't be right to speak without bringing you up, sir. Because of you, that helped in the days when we had our brief stint in government, that you made sure that TIF came about and the legislation for it, and that the monies were in it. And since you left office on the government side, you would know for yourself, because you also supported the Minister for Transport, that that money was not there anymore and it was against the legislation. So I thank you also for highlighting it. And I know that you are very proud now to know that the work of your labor with us together in the VIP government at that time has not gone in vain. Mr. Speaker, I know that he's also proud again at this time to know that the same administration, different players, have now respected what you have put in the time when we passed the legislation together. So, Mr. Speaker, the same we have done with the money services. And we have listened to some of the concerns and looking about doing certain review. But I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that while I heard some of the concerns and some legitimate, and I cannot ever turn away person's opinion, it's sometimes very difficult to do what needs to be done in order to make sure that what has not been done gets done with the funding so that it cannot be used anywhere else. Another piece of legislation that this administration has done since it has taken office, which we have brought in terms of when funds are seized now. They have been divided up into different percentages for different facets of government. Now I say with an asterisk that law enforcement has a portion, because the AG and the DPP will say, well, all right, that didn't cover them, but we will fix that. When they were doing the legislation, you know, sometimes they're modest, they didn't put themselves in there, but they'll fit in the new amendments when that does come in. But we have an amendment where the Honorable Deputy Speaker put in a percentage for sports. And then we had a percentage for law enforcement to build them up. So the more that monies are seized, it used to go one way at one time. Then there was a time when money was seized, only the police got a portion of it, and then a little other portion would go towards the consolidated fund, the little left over. I think it's almost 50% went towards the police, no matter who seized it, because they would be involved in the legislation had it going there alone. But now all the law enforcement, that money is being divided up amongst, and thanks to Honorable Smith, a portion of the money now is going towards sports. So now we can build up sports and build up the different sports in the Virgin Islands with legislation that we have passed, an allocated percentage that will target the money in these areas. Why do we pass legislations like that in this House since this government has taken office? Because, Mr. Speaker, the member for the third can bear me out on this. Once you leave the money lying around, some entity will find use for it, and it will be of a use where 10, 15 years later you look back, you can't see really what it is we had used that money for. Now, Mr. Speaker, anyone who is getting to the age of the senior citizens could now know that the money for the home is being built up in a special fund. And we can have our seniors or golden gems, those who have to use a home, in a better place. It mightn't happen this year because the fund is building up. And had NHI allowed to build up, we wouldn't be owing for NHI all the time. And that's what the law had said for NHI, to build up the fund for a certain time before you use it. And the Minister of Health did a beautiful job at the time bringing that NHI, Honorable Ronnie Skelton. I commended him, and I say it all the time. But he had some forces wrong him already to spend right away. And they started to spend before a good dime could have get in the NHI plan. And you know what it is when you have money spending and nothing coming in, you start at a deficit. And since then, all the funds that were supposed to go in it at the start were not there. And look when the funds, some of the funds what were needed for the startup end up going in. Look when. 2020, when COVID hit, and we were looking for the stimulus, the infamous $40 million that some are saying went to friends and family. Look when it came out When Social Security said, well, we cannot give you the full 40 million in a grant to give out, we are going to keep $7.5 million of that as a grant from you, although it's from us, to pay off for the money that government should have paid off from before. So we got a grant from Social Security to pay back to Social Security to pay NHI. $7.5 million that is needed for paying off the medical practitioners and companies for monies owed because it was running behind all the time. But $7.5 million had the fund have been allowed to build up from in the inception would have been able to help more people of the Virgin Islands. That is what happened, Mr. Speaker, even when you do legislate a fund, but you don't have the discipline or the legislation in place to make sure that the fund builds up to the point where there's not a deficit, and then you're spending out of the fund monies you don't have. So, Mr. Speaker, all we are doing now is simple. Financial Services administers the fund every quarter, and their fee is a mere $10,000 a quarter. So out of whatever we make, they only get $10,000. They only need $10,000 for now. And they will be able, with this amendment, to take the $10,000 out before they send across the money. And they will do that each quarter. Before, how the legislation was written, it didn't allow that to happen. And when the government received it, it was kind of not clear how they were going to take it back out and send it back. So now we will deduct that from what I said earlier, after the 4 quarters, which will be $40,000, and send back to FSC for supervising and looking over the fund and doing an excellent job with it, might I add. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what this is about. And this is how we help nation building, by making sure some of these funds are targeted in specific directions and specific areas and assigned to specific areas so that you can spend them solely on what they have been legislated to spend on. When we were younger politicians in this, I don't see us would have made that move. But as you get older in politics, you realize that something has to be there to show after years that the money was spent in a way that the majority of the BVI public have been able to benefit from whatever legislative move you have made. It will be so for this, with the Money Services initiative. It will be so for the TIF, and it will be so for any financial seizures when they happen for sports in the BVI, among other law enforcement. That's nation building. So, Mr. Speaker, on that, I present this amendment, as I'm doing right now, to the House, Mr. Speaker, pertaining to our Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021. I thank my members for their support. I thank this House for their support for this, and support for the TIF fund, and support for the allocation of the funds for the TIF and for this initiative, and for the seizure of any monies to go towards sports and other areas. I thank my members immensely for working together on this. And now I commit this bill to the House for healthy debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion. While I'm on my feet, I'll just say some brief words, Mr. Speaker, on the bill. certainly, we show appreciation to the Financial Services Commission for being able to facilitate the collection of this fee so that we can put that money towards the 5 specific areas that the Premier has outlined. And in exchange for doing that for us, they have, they'll pay themselves $10,000. And we're grateful for the transaction. Mr. Speaker, I'll just speak a little bit really about the areas that the money is going towards, because about 60% of them are in my ministry, and the other 40%, I am a representative of a district, and those issues are very important to the people in my district. I'll start off, Mr. Speaker, with educational infrastructure and also scholarships. Mr. Speaker, the Virgin Islands is a place where persons come from all over the world and have been able to make money, and we're grateful for them. We're grateful for them being here and making a contribution to our society and our economy. But the Virgin Islands is not just a place to make money. The Virgin Islands is a place where people live. We have young persons, they have hopes, dreams, and aspirations. And I want to give credit and show appreciation to all those persons who have businesses and all of those persons who have come from elsewhere, who reside in the Virgin Islands, who have demonstrated a commitment to the development of the Virgin Islands beyond making money. Maybe they came from elsewhere, they're working in their particular jobs, and they've joined the Lions Club or the Rotary Club, or they are working in their churches and they're doing work in the community. Because the Virgin Islands is not just a place to make money. The Virgin Islands has a history, it has a culture, it has a society, it has seniors, it has young people, and these different sectors of our society require attention, they require commitment, they require investment. And so while we build up ourselves and we build up our businesses, we have to build up the BVI, because if we don't, then it will start to rot from the inside. And it will be a place that will eventually threaten our businesses and threaten our livelihoods and threaten our security if we don't invest in it. Yes, of course, sometimes it's painful to take money from certain places. But it's just like, Mr. Speaker, your retirement, the whole concept of a pension. I'm sure you can find better ways to spend the money that would ordinarily be subtracted out of your paycheck, or even with Social Security or NHI or something like that. But when you get into trouble, or let's just take retirement. After you retire and you're looking for a means of looking after yourself, you would have wished, maybe I should have put something on the side. And that's how it is, Mr. Speaker. Even though it might be painful to take a little money from here, a little money from there, because we figure the money can go towards something else, we have to think to ourselves, isn't the investment that we are making in these areas worth it? And Mr. Speaker, the taxes that we have, regardless of how persons think about how tax money is being spent, and yes, we have to become more efficient at spending it. But regardless of how you feel about how tax money is being spent, Mr. Speaker. The tax money that we have cannot sustain our society right now. And I commend the Minister of Finance and the entire government for being proactive and forward-thinking about growing the pie, bringing in more revenue, having various initiatives, some of them being blocked, and our efforts are being frustrated to be able to grow the economy. But despite that, we have been forging ahead and pressing forward to ensure that we grow the pie. Because of course, when the pie is small and there are more portions gathering around the pie, it's just going to continue to get harder and harder because the needs will continue to grow as the population grows. The demands will increase. But the tax money that we are getting now is not enough to sustain our society. So we have to become creative about various initiatives. The Premier described them, the asset seizure. When we are successful in bringing the marijuana legislation, I would like to see the money that is going to be taxed on the exports go to some areas. And we spoke about sports. I would love to see some money go towards building some infrastructure from sports and being able to provide a sustainable set of money for sports programming. Now, this money services, this 7% tax split into 5 different areas, one of them being education. We do have the provision to give persons scholarships in sports, which I'm grateful for. But these areas are areas that we have to focus on if you want to keep our young people on the straight and narrow. And also if you want them to be healthy. As I'm not moving around as much, and then my clothes getting tighter. So the health, the basketball, the tennis, the track and field, all of those things are important to keep us healthy. But also, they teach young persons about discipline, about teamwork, about hard work, about respecting authority, about getting out of something what you put in. Important life lessons, and we cannot underestimate sports. So we'll be able to give out some scholarships for persons to attend various types of programs, to be able to do certain types of training, and that is important. Educational infrastructure. We need more schools. And again, this administration has been forward-thinking and progressive. Right now we have plans. We're moving forward steadily with plans for junior high school. The one on the west will come first because, of course, Isabella Maris was destroyed in the storms, and we intend to bring it back. So we have money in the budget, this year's budget, to make that happen. But instead of bringing it back as a primary school, because of course the schools down on the west usually have a smaller population, and Leonora Delville can sustain those who are going to Isabella Maris. We bring it back as a junior high school. We've been speaking about junior high school for some time. We're going to make it happen. And the thing about this money is that this money is consistent. So if you have to go to the bank and get a loan, for instance, you could go to the bank and say, we have this money coming in every quarter, and you'll be able to justify getting a loan to build these schools. So we're going to have the junior high school on the west. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to build one on the east as well, because the population in the east is so big, we cannot proceed any further without building a significant piece of educational infrastructure in the east. Now, the challenge is just to find the appropriate spot, which is what it is we're working hard on. It's difficult because when we were planning, in fact, I can't even say when we were planning, because the development process has been so haphazard that we haven't looked to the future of our development, and we haven't said what we haven't slated areas for our future growth, because our population continues to grow. So you can't just put a house lot everywhere, because your society is growing. You need to be able to plan for these communities as they grow, developing, getting their own schools, getting their own whatever. So, you know, banks, government administration. You know, this is how we need to think. We cannot afford to be developing in such a haphazard manner. The East is a big community. It needs to have a junior high school. Probably about half of those children who go to town come from East. So we need to build a junior high school, and of course we're going to have a junior high school in Central. And that building is actually being designed as we speak, and we're going to be coming to the various stakeholders with the master plan for the Elmer Stout High School. But, Mr. Speaker, the money has to come from somewhere. And these same educational institutions benefit persons not just from the BVI, but from other places as well. And so we all should be concerned, and these schools are too big, especially the Elmer Stout High School. We have to cut down the size so it's easier to manage. But the money has to come from somewhere, Mr. Speaker. And so building schools is a worthy cause for the money to go towards. And we also have agriculture and we have fisheries. Mr. Speaker, we revived the agriculture fair. And we hadn't had a fair since, I believe they said it was 2015. I think that's what they said, 2015. We hadn't had a fair since 2015. And that was a blow to the agriculture sector. Our farmers need encouragement, they need support. We need the young people to be able to go to the fair and look at what the animals look like, the cows, the ducks, the horse, the sheep, the goat, the rabbit, the peacock. You know, they had such a good time running after the grease pig. We need to be able to expose our children to the animals, expose them to the process of growing food. Food don't just come out of a can, or it's not just on a supermarket shelf. So bringing back that agriculture and fisheries, we added fish to it this year as well, is necessary. It was absolutely necessary, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad we brought it back. And the community showed a great deal of support for it. They tell you about how they used to go to the fair when they were young, and they missed the fair. And so they came out in numbers to support it, and next year we're going to make it bigger and better. And we also have a bill coming to the House of Assembly shortly. It's going to be a proud day for me when that bill gets its first, second, and third reading, not all in one session, but when that bill is passed, it will be a proud day for me, because we pull in a Lazarus when it comes to this agriculture. We're trying to inject life back into it because we know that it can create jobs and business opportunities. And this bill is going to be innovative. It's going to be progressive. It's going to be trend setting. And it's going to help agriculture to come back bigger and better than ever. And I'm looking forward to that. Of course, the process has been slow. When we say slow, we have to say relatively speaking, because some persons treat 2 years like it's 20 years. And when you look at the larger context of how long things have been on a downward spiral, and then you take 2 years and you see a sign of life, and persons are saying, well, hurry up. I take it in my stride, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to get agriculture back to where it needs to be. But that money that's building up in that fund, Premier, I have good use for it. I got good use for it. I won't let it go to waste. Trust me when I say so. I'm planning for that money right now. And we got quite a number of unemployed young people struggling to find a job. Just the other day, we graduated some solar technicians, and we had some persons doing marine training, and we're doing tourism. I want to add agriculture to that list. That's going to help provide persons who are unemployed with jobs. And we can do it. Same thing for fisheries. We've been speaking about fisheries. Fisheries is the other area that's going to be getting some of this money. And we have ambitious plans for the fisheries. The other day, some persons misunderstood in response to a question about the fisheries. Yes, the fisheries complex was taken down in Bargas Bay because, of course, the ports needed the space if they're going to pass their evaluations and retain the III code. If we're going to retain that, they needed the space. So they needed that space. But what we want to do, Mr. Speaker, is have landing areas for the fish in all types of different areas of the Virgin Islands. In Virgin Gorda, in Anegada, and on the east, west, and central part of Tortola and Jasper Dyke. That's what we want. An area where they can land the fish, get the ice, buy the bait. If we have fuel there, they can get their fuel at a subsidized rate. And then we transport all of those things to a central kind of area that we could have a proper farmer's market. So in Paraquita Bay, we're gonna buy the produce from the farmers, and we'll have it in a central area. And we'll also have an area for fish, and we also going to add to that complex abattoir. Move the abattoir from where it is and put it there close by where the agricultural produce is, where the fish is, and where the meat is, and you have a proper farmer's market. And you'll be able to supply restaurants, hotels, supermarkets. And if we want to do a storefront in Road Town, we could do a storefront in Road Town. And it will be viewed differently from a fisheries complex that nobody wants in Road Town. It'll be viewed more like a supermarket. Yeah. So, but these things cost money. And these landing sites that we want to establish and these storefronts. And the transition from transforming the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries into a statutory body will have some money to help with that transition. So it's been forward thinking, getting this 7% tax. And it will benefit our society tremendously. Not for one, but for all. All of these things will help the Virgin Islands to be a better place. And first-time homeowners, I don't have to say too much about that. I think it's quite clear that there's a challenge there, there's a problem. You know, just about every other day, persons are asking me, what's in place for first-time homeowners? Well, we put something in place, and a fund is being built up, and I'm looking forward to hearing plans that can benefit persons in my community in the 7th District. So we can help persons in the 7th District and other places become home owners. And also, home for the seniors. The seniors, of course, they deserve our attention and our support. And we've been speaking a long time about building a home for them. And we just have one home, but in my view, we need several homes. I would love to see if some of that money could go towards that seniors park there in Greenland and the Stevens land there. You know, that would be wonderful for me. We need facilities for our seniors, and we need programming for our seniors. The member for the third speaks about these senior programs a lot. Those things are important. You know, I know one day if I'm fortunate, by the grace of God, I'll get old. And I'm going to need to ensure that we develop facilities and programs that we can treat our golden gems well. And we're establishing the groundwork for that now. Certainly I'm not pleased that we've done enough as yet. But just like member for the third said, we can't stop. We got to keep going. You know, we had a good start, but we got to keep going. And I intend to press even harder from this point forward to see those things happen. And I believe some of the seeds we have planted, Minister of Finance, some of those seeds we have been planted, that we're going to start to see them bear fruit. And persons will say, well, you know, I was a little unsure about that when you first introduced it, but I see it's working now, I see it's a benefit now, and I'm grateful for it. So I have faith. I have faith that some of the inspiration that God has blessed us with, that persons will start to see the fruit of the labor. And even all of this legislation we're in here passing, people will start to see the fruit of it, because right now it's just noise coming through the radio, it's just some piece of paper. But when it actually goes into action is when you really feel the benefit of it. So, Mr. Speaker, it was a very short amendment, but it resulted in a longer debate than I anticipated in terms of my contribution. But I'm happy to support this amendment so Financial Services Commission can get what's due to them. I think the Bible speaks about render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So they get what the render to Financial Services Commission what is due to them for administrating this tax. I support the bill wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. Members, the floor is now open for debate. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and Senior Member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I'm hearing is encouraging, and it's a good start. Had the Premier not decided to create a fund for these monies, those monies would have been deducted and we would be asking what happened to it. I want to thank the Financial Services Commission for being involved to the extent that they are, to ensure that that 7% of the funds, of the monies that are being deducted are in fact being deducted, because I was concerned, Mr. Speaker, that it was not just words on a paper referring to a deduction. It would be interesting to know, Mr. Speaker, what patterns have changed since this fee has been introduced. Are the people who once used those money services agencies now using the banks? And if they are, what has changed? I'd also like to know, Mr. Speaker, of the monies that are being deducted, exactly where they're coming from and what percentage, what percentage of the monies that have been collected so far came from whatever agency or whatever area. Those are things that I'd like to know. And Mr. Speaker, Premier, I hope that of the 7 areas where the monies are going, whether education, five, education, fisheries, agriculture, health services, that they're targeting specific areas of those sectors. In other words, if it's going to health services, it doesn't fall into the health services pot. It goes and target the training of nurses, so to speak, or something to that effect. So that at the end of the day, we can point to something that really benefited in the territory from this particular initiative, Mr. Speaker. Education, scholarships. Scholarships is quite inclusive, is broad. You can get a scholarship to do just about anything. But we need to use that money in the scholarships to target a specific discipline, so that at the end of the day we can say, well, this 7% that was deducted from through the money services produced, whether it's a neurologist or whatever the case might be, or in education it might be scientists or mathematicians, things that are rare and basically unusual in our community, we would want to target. So I just don't want to see such a thought that has been developed into a reality fizzles out into nothing that can be identified later on. So Premier, it's not, the job isn't over. It's a continuum. I'm sure you're aware of that. And if the legislation needs to be tinkered with, let's do that. Because I know you got a lot of flack for this particular initiative. And I'm sure before your administration reaches the end of its term, you're going to be challenged once more. And you'd like to be able to point your finger to say, well, we have done this with the money. First-time homeowners. It has a wide appeal. It sounds good. The question is, if you have $600,000+ right now in that particular, in the fund for that particular use, how are you going to use it? I would hate to see you taking up large sums of that money and giving to an individual and telling them go and build a home. I hope you know, Mr. Premier, that if you do that, that's committing a form of, I don't want to call it suicide, but political suicide, that's what it would be. In the past, we used to buy huge tracts of land and have it subdivided and sold to such persons at below market rate. I don't know how feasible that is today, whether or not you would find those tracts of land anymore. But you have to come up with something innovative in order to help these people. Right now, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the numbers are over 100 people that I know that has land through the government services for first-time home building, first-time home ownership. They just have the land. And it's there for several years now. How do we get these people off the dime to do what we were hoping they would do and what they want to do but can't do it? How do we get them off the dime? It's a challenge. And it's one that you would expect the government to help people with. When I say government to help people with, not necessarily to help them by giving them money, but these ideas. When I talk about government helping, Mr. Speaker, Saturday, I've witnessed one of the most amazing things in this territory, and I see a future. I saw the next generation of entrepreneurs in this country. I saw them before my very eyes. Things I saw on Saturday I didn't know existed in the territory. I saw some brilliant minds. But they need to be taken to the next step. These young entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, they don't have a clue what the business world is all about. They also don't have a clue what the government is doing to thwart their dreams. They don't have a clue what the government can do to make their dreams a reality. Trade and investment has a role to play, and I'm going to make sure that they get involved in training these people and bringing them up, teaching them all the steps that are necessary in order for them to transition from this point where they are to get into the entrepreneurial world. I've seen into the future, Mr. Speaker, in these young people, but they're not going to get there unless we sitting here in this house make it our business to see to them getting there. One of the things I pointed out to them, and I don't know how well they were able to grasp it because it was just me addressing them in the opening ceremony. But one of the things I pointed out to them is this whole thing about the limited cooperation. That has been taken away from them, from their reach, their grasp. Things that back in early 90s, Mr. Speaker, up until the early 20s, was within their grasp because you could register a corporation for $300 and that was about it. Today, to register a corporation is like $1,500. Not just the registration, but registered agent fees and this new economic substance that a person who got a business here in the BVI got to prove that they have economic substance, which is ludicrous, for another $500. And this new generation that I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker, is a generation that will determine who sits in this house, in the 5th House of Assembly. They probably don't know their value right now, their true value. But their true value, Mr. Speaker, is to determine who sits in the 5th House of Assembly and the 6th and 7th House of Assembly. And those people who they're going to put in the 5th and the 6th House of Assembly has their future in their hands right now. And if they allow them to get away with what's going on right now, their future will be lost. No one is listening to me, no one is hearing me, but I've been sounding this for a long time. We need a second tier of companies registration for local small businesses. And small businesses, I was listening to a program where they had small businesses. They were talking about small businesses. And they had Rotong Wholesale in there. And a gentleman from Rotong Wholesale, coming from using his background, he said, as far as he's concerned, Rotong Wholesale is a small business. It is. Rotong Wholesale is a small business, but here it's a giant. So this is how we here in the BVI see companies. We see businesses like Rotong Wholesale as a giant, and they have no concept of the size of businesses that we're talking about when we talk about small business, because they're looking at these bigger businesses all the time. This is where the bread and butter comes in. This is where financial services flourish with these big companies like Rotong Wholesale and the others. But we got a bunch of small entrepreneurs that needs nurturing, else they would not see the light of day. Come down to my place, I'll show you. And each district should have a place like mine, where we'll take the government and show them what we're talking about, the future of this territory. That's where it is. I keep calling this company name, but you have others. It's not in those companies' name, because the next thing you know, they're going public. They haven't already done so, but you can buy shares. And they're going to gobble up every little thing, everything around in the neighborhood. First, when it was okay to have a little superette in your community, it's not so fashionable anymore, because those bigger stores have stores in your community. Why go shop at the little community store, buy a pound of flour for $5, when they did in fact buy the same pound of flour from the bigger store for $2 and selling it to you for $5. So you could go to the bigger store and buy it for $2 yourself. But that is not the spirit of a small business. So that's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we have to actually target these industries. Wherever this money is going, in whatever sector, agriculture, fishing, education, health services, we have to target these various sectors and focus that money for a particular aspect of that sector. Else it'll just drop into a pot and nobody knows what happens to it. And 2 administrations from now, you would hear them, I mean, you wouldn't even know it exists 2 administrations from now. It's like a TIF. So I am supportive of the whole initiative, but I want to make sure that it's viable and the government is listening. I really and truly don't want to be out on the campaign trail reminding you of this conversation that I'm having here today. Let this be the last time I have to say it. And the next time I speak about it, I'll be cheering you on being good listeners and following good advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contributions. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, a member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise to be very brief, but I must lend my support to this amendment, and I must commend the Premier for bringing the bill in the first place that's being amended. Because I don't think, if memory serves me right, it was a very popular bill at the time. It met a lot of opposition, because the person didn't think it was a good time, as is usually the case for anything you're trying to do these days. Now is not the time. Well, if not now, when? We are going through an extremely difficult period in BVI history, unprecedented. It started with the hurricanes of 2017, and that hurricane exposed a lot of shortcomings and vulnerabilities in our people. And when they were almost, some were getting there, some not yet there, about to move into recovery mode, then came COVID-19. That was a major, major, major setback. Mr. Speaker, this little amendment here helps us address some very old problems. in very real ways. Just because I travel around my district and other districts, I see so many of our people struggling to do basic things that should be, in my opinion, a rite of passage. Owning a piece of land or building a home for yourself or your future family or your current family. Mr. Speaker, I've said from day one, we have long passed the time where we meet our people halfway. We have to go beyond halfway in this current atmosphere. This little amendment here makes that mechanism possible. The bill to begin with and now the amendment helps us to go beyond the halfway mark. Because there's some funding in here for first-time homeowners and landowners, which is something very, very passionate and very dear to me. Because I've often said, if you want to empower your people, a very good way to start is through land ownership and home ownership, so they have a stake in a place they call home. And other persons who are against this very bill here are those who are going to benefit from it at some point in time. At some point in time, something here is going to touch you directly or maybe a family member. Mr. Speaker, something is that leaders have to lead. I think we've all accepted the fact that we're going to be criticized no matter what we do. We're going to be criticized. Sometimes you have to just focus straight ahead and do what you have to do, because you know you're doing it from a pure heart, clear thinking, and busy working morning, noon, and night, 7 days a week. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy with this here. And like the member for the Torres said, for financial services for playing the role that they are playing. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing left to do to make this now work the way it is supposed to work, and that is to create the delivery systems for this funding, that we are hitting the intended target. See, Mr. Speaker, it's like having a bullet, maybe a bad example, but like having a bullet, a bunch of bullets in your pocket. But if you don't have a gun to deliver that, they're next to useless in your pocket. So we have the mechanism here, but we need that delivery system now to make sure that we hit our target. Mr. Speaker, I can't wait to see persons accessing these funds there, and then coming to me and say, I need to buy some land. I have a couple of dollars here, and we can help you with some dollars there. Or you're trying to start or finish your house, and we could give you whatever it is, 15, 20, 30, 40, whatever amount of money it is. We're not going to build a house for you. We're going to assist you. That's what it's for, a little push. Because, Mr. Speaker, most of the times, all what people need is a little nudge, that little push, that last little leg to cross the finish line. And that's what we intend to do, Mr. Speaker. The seniors' home, been spoken about for many, many years. There was no mechanism to capture the money. Because once it goes in a consolidated fund, it can end up anywhere except where it was intended to do. So I must applaud the Premier for not only coming up with the bill, but creating these specific purposes for which the money is to be used. I guess for ordinary people in business, it is a common sense thing to do, to have a budget and the money to do what you intend to do. But sometimes in the life of government, things don't really work the way you think they work in normal world. So I must commend, it may seem like a very simple thing, but I must commend the Premier for getting together the mechanism to capture the money, the mechanism for divvying up the money, but now we need that system for delivery, that we're hitting the intended targets and we are helping those that we intend to help. So, Mr. Speaker, with just those few words, again, I lend my full support to this, and I thank all those involved in making this here a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contributions. Is there any other member wishing to make a contribution? I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too want to lend my voice to this amendment where we are now adding a levy, a transaction levy, to the financing and Money Services Act 2021. And Mr. Speaker, since instituting this amendment where we tax the remittance, we have seen a collection of about 2.1 million, as the Premier mentioned earlier. And we all spoke of the various areas that the funds will be allocated to, 5 areas at 20% of the proceeds. Mr. Speaker, yes, we are all excited now pertaining to those areas. I, for one, I am excited about the seniors project where we'll see the assistant programs. And I know, and everyone know my love for the seniors, especially I always like to speak of my grandfather, who is the oldest member in this, the oldest person in this territory. We love him dearly. But you know, we have some persons in the community who may need assistance as they get to that mature age where they need such a program. So, Mr. Speaker, this area, along with the other areas, I am happy for, knowing that we have now created this fund where we can build the seniors' home, and we have other programs and initiatives. And I know the members spoke about education, agriculture, fishing, and also for the first time homeowners. And Mr. Speaker, I remember clearly as we campaigned, we spoke a lot about the land bank. And that is the area especially where that 20% will go, and it would be targeting the first time homeowners. Mr. Speaker, just like the member for the 3rd stated and the member for lands, I get calls regularly for persons who are interested in purchasing lands, and they inquire as to the availability of that. And Mr. Speaker, I know we have some areas where we can probably purchase some lands. I know some are quite expensive, but with this fund specifically allocated for that, I am quite excited and happy that hopefully you'll see the fruits of this labor in terms of persons being able to purchase land at a reduced rate. And we know that once you own the land, you own the territory. We understand that, and we want to make sure that our young generation, the first time homeowners, they have the option and the availability to be able to purchase these lands. Mr. Speaker, we speak about the remittance and the 7%, and I know that this stirred up a huge controversy within the community. And Mr. Speaker, we've now seen where we have collected an excess of $2.1 million. Mr. Speaker, though it has caused some issues, we see where this transaction levy is necessary for the financial services, because they have the proper mechanism in place, and they were able to and will continue to collect this levy from the remittance. Well, Mr. Speaker, it targets a remittance, but money is exported on a daily basis. We think about the banks, we think about the apps for these money services that were promoted at that time. Mr. Speaker, there's a loophole that we need to also be able to have a fair balance for this money collection. Because we know some persons send out money to the banks, but no fee is collected there, and especially to the apps. You know, for those persons that are not that tech savvy, they continue to use, go and stand in the line and send out their monies. Well, Mr. Speaker, like I said, we definitely need to be able to close the loopholes, and we would see where this $2.1 million will be doubled, tripled, and quadrupled, because that is a business in his territory that continues. And is nothing against those persons that are sending out funds, because we have various reasons persons send out money for their children who are in college, for their family who are abroad, and for purchasing reasons and so forth. So, Mr. Speaker, as we hail the benefits of the financing and money services, we just need to be able to capture all the areas that the funds are sent out. Well, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Honorable Premier and the Minister of Finance for being able to have this transaction levy, because this would be an encouragement and incentive, and for all the administrative work that the financial services do in terms of collecting, there would now be a fee there for that aspect and the transaction levy. So, Mr. Speaker, I am in full support of this. I'm happy that we have all the proper mechanisms in place so that the funds that are collected, we know that it is targeted, it's going towards these various programs. And, just like the TIF fund, we applaud those, the administration before, because we understand that, the TIF fund also, just like the remittance, this fee, the money is collected based on the importation of fuel into our territory. Mr. Speaker, the reviving of that fund, it's quite something to speak about, because now, persons look at the roadway and look at the deplorable roadways, and we wonder how, we have gotten loans and grants and so forth to pave our roadways, and we have quite a few loans outstanding. But now with this fund that was revived, now we can use this monies for what it was intended for. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister of Finance for making sure that the monies are deposited where it's supposed to be. And with the purchase of the asphalt plant, we have purchase of a new paver, a milling machine. We have a lab as well, so that we can test the asphalt and know what the right quality of asphalt would be used. We have other resources that we have purchased. Mr. Speaker, this is all in an effort to make sure that the road infrastructure is done and is done in a proper manner. We had COVID-19, and we still have COVID-19 as to the reason why there's a delay. But Mr. Speaker, we continue to work to patch the road so we can make it as comfortable as possible as you traverse throughout the territory. And Mr. Speaker, though we know we want to have it fixed properly, we want to make sure we have all the machinery in place. And, we even have additional funds where we'll be able to purchase the aggregates so that we can make sure we have all the material in place for the roadways. So just like the TIF fund, just like the 5 areas from the funds from the money services, Mr. Speaker, we are planting these seeds, and we are hoping, and we're definitely hoping to see the benefits of these planted seeds. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I support this amendment. I support this transaction levy, this $10,000 that will be used for the administration of this fund. And Mr. Speaker, with those few words of support, I say thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contributions to the debate. Is there any other member wish to make a contribution to the Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021? Having noticed no one has indicated their willingness to speak, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Premier, to close off the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for the input into the debate. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that as we mature as a territory, which we are doing, that we move in these direction among many others. Mr. Speaker, that's why we have been able to come to this House in the last few weeks. Quite fitting to do so now, because during the entire year last year, we could probably just attribute that to COVID-19. I think other than all the suppression orders and the health amendments and to the legislation and all the different things that we have done with health last year, probably only 2 other bills that we were able to squeeze in, although many were in the queue, which would have been the gaming and the medicinal marijuana, which to help the economy. But what we were trying to do is get all the good governance, including all these different funds and many other areas in, and we were able to get the money services one in after a while to the House that was passed, into the House that was passed. Now this amendment will allow financial services, as I said, to be able to deduct their administrative fee, and we can now have the money be given to the central government less FSC's administrative fee. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members for the input. I won't rehash all that they've said. All I say is let us continue to move forward as a territory, and all of this we have gotten done in the midst of having to deal with COVID-19 and the challenges that it has brought forward financially. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the mover of the motion. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, this bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. and also examine the Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 clause by clause. I therefore call upon the mover of the motion to report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report, and I beg to report that the bill entitled Financing Mr. Speaker, Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments, with amendments, because I forgot that they went to get their monies with amendments. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Finance and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Financing and Money Services Amendment Act 2021 and shall be deemed to have come into force on the 4th day of May 2020.
Thank you. The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Okay, we will go through one more bill, then we'll take a short recess. And then when we come back, I need to see members in chambers for 2 seconds. I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to introduce yet another bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some amendments on the other paper. Mr. Speaker, what is our now item 13, the current item 613, which is the one that dealing with cruising and home port permit act. I need to remove that one, and then 14, Contractor General, 15, whistleblower, and 16, Explosive Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I need to remove them off the other paper with this. Those one on that one. So I need to remove them. I don't know if the updated other paper are non-beneficial. No. Beneficial ownership was on the updated. No. Yeah, this was the updated one. So I need to remove those cruising and home permit, which was 13, Contractor General, whistleblower, and explosive, to be placed, Mr. Speaker, on the order paper for Thursday, for the readings on Thursday, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make sure that we adhere to 65B in terms of how we would withdraw these bills from the other paper. But I also want to make sure that the House approves that they be on the order paper for the next sitting, which is on Thursday. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I will remove the new 6, what we had changed to be 6, and starting with 13, Mr. Speaker, which is the Cruising Home Port Act, and then 14, Contractor General Act, 15, Whistleblower Act, and 16, which was the new 16, Explosive Amendment Act, to remove those and put them on the order paper for Thursday for the second and third readings. But I'd also like, Mr. Speaker, to move up and to be the new 13, which was the original first 13 anyway. The move up now, the new 13 to be the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021, 14, the Drug Trafficking Offenses Amendment Act, 15, Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021, 16, Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Act 2021, 17, the Attorney General to move the Counterterrorism Act 2021, and 18, Financial Investigation Agency Amendment Act 2021. I want to move those up, Mr. Speaker. So withdrawing the first set and also moving these up, I so move the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded to renumber the order of the day. Item number 6, removing Roman numeral 13, 14, 15, and 16 from the order of the day. And in exchange, all the other numbers will be renumbered and move up. Is the motion clear? I'm sorry? The motion on the floor is to remove the bills entitled Cruising and Home Port Permit Act 2021, which is the new number 13, Roman numeral number 13, Contractor General Act 2021, which is the new number 14, Whistleblowers Act 2021, 15, and the Explosive Amendment Act 2021. To remove them off the order paper of the 8th sitting and switch them over to the 9th sitting, which is on Thursday, the 13th. That will result in the other numbers moving up. Is the motion clear? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The order of the day is so amended. I think this is an appropriate time for us to take a 15 minutes recess, and we will come back and okay, but let's take a recess now and come back in 15 minutes. So is it the wish of members that we continue? Okay. I call on the Honorable Attorney General to introduce the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as it turns out today, or this evening now, I will be responsible for introducing 5 bills to this Honorable House for their second Yes, Mr. Speaker. I will be responsible for 6 bills before this Honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so and at this stage, I think it's very important for me to make certain acknowledgements, and with your kind permission, I will do so. Mr. Speaker, these bills to be introduced by me, and indeed I think these bills which will have their second reading,
and indeed a number of bills relating to the law of trust in this jurisdiction, as well as to various aspects of financial services, which were dealt with by the Honorable Premier. I think it's probably a total of 15 bills, Mr. Speaker, could not have been possible without the assistance, and I dare say, the immeasurable assistance of the very able and dedicated team at what I would call my alma mater, the Financial Services Commission. And I call it my alma mater, Mr. Speaker, because it was, and I hope that it continues to be, an institution of higher learning in many respects. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Services Commission has provided much needed technical assistance to the chambers and indeed to the government of the Virgin Islands more generally in several areas.
Honorable members, can we take a recess? I'm sorry, Attorney General. This House is in 2 minutes recess. now continues its sitting. I call on the Honorable Attorney General to introduce the bill entitled, for the second and third reading of the bill, Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021, for its second and third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the bill shortly entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. And as I do this, Mr. Speaker, and before I move on to give a summary of the bill, I would of course like to apologize to you for being a bit off track early on, and of course to the clerk. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I will give a summary of the bill entitled the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021, which I will refer to as the bill. However, Mr. Speaker, before I do that, and I was saying earlier, this is actually part of a group of 15 bills between this and the last sitting of the House of Assembly, some of which were dealt with by the Honorable Premier. I myself this evening will be introducing 5 of those. And before I do that, and just at this point, because I think it's very important that I do this now, because tonight, this evening is actually quite significant, and you will understand why as I continue. And I would like to give certain acknowledgements at this point in time, and with your kind permission, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the bills that I'm about to introduce, this one being the first, and 10 of those which were being dealt with by the Honorable Premier, could not have been possible without the assistance, Mr. Speaker, and I say the immeasurable assistance of the very able and dedicated team of what I refer to as my alma mater. And that is the Financial Services Commission. And as I was saying before, I say alma mater, Mr. Speaker, because it was for me, and I hope that it remains for many persons in the future, an institution indeed of higher learning. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, the Financial Services Commission has provided much needed technical assistance to the government, and indeed to the Attorney General's chambers in particular. It has also been a center of excellence for the professional development of many Virgin Islanders and other people, and the development of the financial services regulation in this jurisdiction in line with best practice and international standards. Such a focused body is, and for many years, has been critical to the success and sustainability of the international business sector in these islands. As General Counsel of the Commission for a number of years, I was perhaps its biggest critic. But having been a beneficiary of the challenges presented there and the training opportunities afforded, the experience gained through employment with the Commission, I cannot conclude, Mr. Speaker, without recognizing the unrivaled contributions of Dr. Robert Mathavius, who retired from the Commission as Managing Director and CEO as the end of last year. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, today is a bit symbolic because it represents the passing of the baton, in that this suite of 15 bills would have been the last suite of a long line and list of legislation that would have been developed and promoted by the Financial Services Commission during Dr. Mathavius's tenure and involvement as CEO. And these would have all been developed in the course of last year, or concluded their development in the course of last year. Mr. Speaker, the financial services sector in the Virgin Islands, as we know it, is almost 40 years old. And in that time, it has been beset by never-ending challenges, even as it has provided tremendous returns from the Virgin Islands. And we have managed to maintain and grow a robust industry. And those who care to know will know that this industry and these islands have lived many another day because of the critical work led by Dr. Mathavius, or by people who were mentored, hired, developed, advised, or encouraged by him. Mr. Speaker, without question, Dr. Mathavius remains a great leader of economic development and social progress in the Virgin Islands, and I trust that in time, we as a jurisdiction will make time to not only pay him a full and fitting tribute, but to reflect on and embrace the opportunities now afforded to us as a result of his life's work. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go into the Criminal Code Amendment Act right now, which seeks to amend the Criminal Code 1997 to create predicate offenses in relation to tax crimes. This is a requirement under the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, 40 recommendations on combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation, designed as a measure to thwart activities relating to the offense of tax evasion. As such, the bill seeks to create a new Section 236A to the Principal Act to adequately cater for this requirement. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides dissuasive measures as penalties for the offenses created under the Principal Act. It also makes consequential amendments to the first schedule of the Principal Act to make the offense of intent to defraud the government an arrestable offense. The bill is part of a package of legislation before this House to assist the Virgin Islands in its readiness for the upcoming CFATF mutual evaluation and to enable it to continue to meet our international obligations as a responsible and reputable jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to my colleagues' support on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and just briefly to give my contribution. Mr. Speaker, I want to join with the Attorney General in recognizing Dr. Robert Mathavius, who led the Financial Services Commission for so many years and led us to a point of excellence and to be on top of the world, to be market leaders in the world. And certainly that is due to his leadership, his wisdom, his knowledge, his understanding. And one thing he did was he was able to mentor many young Virgin Islanders, of whom our current AG is one. And there are others who are spread across the Virgin Islands making their contribution. I know Leader of the Opposition as well was at financial services sector under his leadership. And I think that's the mark of a true leader, to be able to not just keep your knowledge, to yourself and all your experience and your skills, but to be able to inspire others, to inculcate the same values in others, to replicate and multiply your impact as much as possible. I also want to show my confidence in the current leadership of the Commission, Mr. Kenneth Baker, and the team there at Financial Services Commission. I'm confident can continue the excellence, though we are, I would say, entering into a new era for our financial services sector. I think Dr. McTavius's retirement almost coincided with a kind of change of eras for financial services. Certainly that era where we had the mass incorporation of companies is one that's being challenged now with threats of open registers, and of course we have economic substance right now, and there has always been the feeling that we need to offer more services than just incorporation, have more value-added services. And I'm hopeful that we can do that. But with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I believe we will continue to be a well-regulated jurisdiction. I do have my concerns, Mr. Speaker, about some of the onerous and sometimes unfair policies which jurisdictions are being subjected to. And there's a lot of talk internationally about one tax and things like that, and interfering with the sovereignty. I know we're not we're under the United Kingdom, but we have our own legislature since 1950, and we make laws for our the benefit of our people. And interfering with the sovereignty of parliaments across the world by imposing some of these very onerous requirements which do not suit every jurisdiction. That's why every jurisdiction has to determine their own tax policies. And I certainly don't think they should be imposed. But certainly what this bill seeks to do, which is ensuring that individuals or companies cannot defraud the government, is one that we cannot argue with. We certainly can't argue with that, to avoid tax evasion, because in this jurisdiction we are certainly against tax evasion. Now we have to have a conversation about what is termed tax avoidance, because there was a time when tax avoidance, or perhaps a better word for it would be tax planning, was not illegal. It's almost like it's being pushed into a corner where tax planning is something that's illegal. But certainly we're against tax evasion. We don't permit that here in the Virgin Islands, and I'm grateful that we have an amendment that will help to guard against that. So, Mr. Speaker, with those brief words, I support this legislation. We have a few other pieces to deal with tonight. I'm looking forward to getting through all of those tonight. And of course, again, as we've been saying before, this is partially to prepare for mutual evaluation by Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. And, but also, we want to be a well-regulated jurisdiction regardless of the evaluation, and we need time to ensure technical compliance. So, Mr. Speaker, I give this my full support, and I'm looking forward to the other pieces of legislation coming forward, and I'm also looking forward to going through in more detail in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier for his contribution. The floor is now open for debate on the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my very brief contribution to the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, like the Deputy Premier before me, I rise in full support of this amendment. I think the attempt here this evening is to try to prepare the jurisdiction for the mutual evaluation that will be next, I think it's next July 2022. And as is customary in this Honorable House, there's always been an unwritten rule where there's consensus, and we always, as members of this House, work collectively to do whatever is necessary to protect the financial services industry, to continue to be trailblazers as relates to setting the standards, the global standards, if so to speak, in terms of regulation and being one of the most and well-regulated industries, jurisdiction in this industry. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Deputy Premier outlined specifically what this bill is attempting to achieve, and the AG did a good job as well. I too would like to join and commend, and I've done it several times in this Honorable House, the work that has been done by the men and women at the Financial Services Commission. The Financial Services Commission has been going through a transition from the leadership of Dr. Robert McTavius, who has served and has served well in his role as Managing Director. There's many of us who can attest to his steadfast leadership, his consistency, and his integrity in executing his duties and executing his job as the Managing Director of the industry, respected not just locally, regionally, but internationally. And he has left a great legacy. Even so that after he's gone, you can see his proteges are still there behind. He left a legacy of training and development of individuals and development of Virgin Islanders. That's why you could have a seamless transition from Mr. McTavius to Ken Baker as the Managing Director, and a seamless transition from Glenford Malone into the Deputy Managing Director's position. It shows a model in terms of what we need to do in terms of the development of our people, the development of our institutions, and ensure that all people have the opportunity to rise to the highest echelon in all aspects of public service and private sector. We have the training, we have the capacity, and we have the ability to do so. All our people needs is guidance and an opportunity. And that's what Mr. McTavius stood for. He believed in giving his people an opportunity and preparing them for what is next. He looked at the moves 5, 10 years down the road and able to create that level of transition that was seamless in him passing the baton to both Glenford, Ken, and Jennifer, and all the other directors that are now poised to lead the Financial Services Commission into the next dimension as relates to the transition of this industry. So again, I want to publicly, as I often do when I speak on these bills, acknowledge Mr. McTavius for his stellar contribution as a public servant, not only to financial services, but to this territory. Always carry the banner of BVI with pride, with integrity, and with honor. I also want to give my seal of approval and endorsement to the leadership, the current leadership at the Financial Services Commission. I know each and every one of you have the capacity, the capability to move the commission in the direction that it needs to go. You have the support of this House, and I don't see that unwritten rule changing anytime soon in terms of our commitment to ensuring that we do whatever is necessary to keep that industry alive, ensure that it's vibrant, buoyant, and it's able to carry this country into the next 10, 20 years. In whatever shape or form the industry metamorphs in, we have to have the agility to be able to move into whatever the moment or the opportunity presents for us. So again, I rise in full support of this bill, as I will with all the subsequent bills that are coming before us. I might not make a contribution, but I thought it was important for me to make a contribution and let the public know that I'm in full support on what we're doing here this evening to ensure that we continue to set the trends, to ensure that we continue to be at the forefront of regulations globally as it relates to the financial services industry, and to ensure that the Commission knows it has the full support of both sides of this Honorable House, the opposition and the government, to ensure that you continue to carry on your work. And again, I commend all the hard-working men and women at the Commission, in the industry, that continue to do their best to ensure that we continue to have a strong, respected, well-regulated industry in the global financial system. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contributions. The floor remains open. I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give the bill my full support, and I do agree with everyone that has spoken before, so I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, we do have to continue to say that we do thank Mr. Robert McTavish for what he has done. And I remember when he put in the retirement, I was the first one came to this Honorable House with a speech, a statement, acknowledging all that he has done. And Mr. Speaker, as a testament to him in terms of capacity building at the financial services. But Mr. Speaker, we can't ever forget all that he has done. And whenever we come to financial services, I also tell persons that we can't forget two individuals also, the late Honorable Gravity Stoughton, the late Honorable C.B. Romney. When they started and continued this mission in the embryonic stages of financial services, it was not met in a positive light. But they stuck their guns that this will be one of the main pillars for the BVI in years to come. And later, I found out with them and all the work done by Mr. Hunt, the attorney at the time, general at the time, has turned out to be some fine work that we have been able to build on. And governments after governments have done what they have to do to strengthen financial services. And I must admit, too, yes, the Deputy Premier said it best, to play in this global game sometimes calls for certain laws that is quite onerous on our people. And that is the one balancing act that somehow we have to find. But this is one of those that you'll be damned if you do it and you'll be damned if you don't. But I also want to thank all the staff that's there at FSC, and the Attorney General's office, and my members of this government. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are those who get involved in ill-informed actions and statements about how many bills the House passes, and stating that we're forcing them down the people's throat. And I want to say here tonight, Mr. Speaker, that when persons say that, I cringe whenever I hear it, not out of anger, but out of dismay. Because what it takes to get a bill here to this House, Mr. Speaker, is not an easy road to travel. And it shows that with this government having such a very assertive, positive, forward-thinking legislative agenda to help the people of the Virgin Islands, it shows that we are maturing as a territory. It shows that we are doing the people's work in areas, yes, that might not seem like, as we say on the street now, sexy topics to discuss, of passing bills. And financial services have a suite of them that some of them are brought and some of the AGs bring in, but all supported by the members of this government, or else it couldn't get this far. And that's a fact. So that we can make sure that we remain prudent in the financial services and overall, and that we're not blacklisted as much as we can, because sometimes you do all that you can, and when you look, you still see persons, find a way to justify their tyranny. So we have to continue to be prudent, but we passed legislation, Mr. Speaker, that continues to grow roots, because some of them are going to take a while to be able to bear fruits. And some of them, like we saw earlier today with the money services, with how much the monies that we have been able to raise thus far from those initiatives, just by the passing of legislation, you could start to make life better for a lot of persons. We see that we passed legislation to help with the stamp duty, and we were able to see now that 628 transactions of our people in the Virgin Islands benefited from it, and now it's extended up until December 31st. And very soon, as December 31st, no, we extended to December 31st, 2021. So October is what came in, December is what went out. So with that, Mr. Speaker, what we're able to see now is to see that we continue to bring legislation and the people benefit from it, and benefit handsomely. So much so that when you do legislations to protect your people and to keep our integrity, we see the banks came up with 100% financing, some of them for homeowners and or those who are constructing homes and landowners, etc., whether first time or otherwise. So once you create the atmosphere for positivity with the correct legislation, the sky is the limit, what else can happen? So this here will create a positive atmosphere even more than what already exists in financial services in our territory overall, in our credibility, in our integrity. And there are those who are trying to separate what we do in financial services from central government. And that makes no sense, because we are one, hand in glove. We go together, because no legislation that exists in financial services can even be birthed unless it comes through the House of Assembly. So although it has its independence in most areas, it still takes the government of the day to keep the engine rolling. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all those who continue to work hard to make these amendments and to bring these new legislation, and we hope we continue to help our people in this way more and more, and to show the world that we can further police ourselves and further strengthen good governance and further move towards being self-reliant, in that we are doing a good job of further policing ourselves, and no one has to do it for us. So, Mr. Speaker, with those words, it has my full support, and this government will continue to do whatever it has to do with integrity, with full transparency, with the heart of leadership and good leadership for the people of the Virgin Islands, so that we can maintain the integrity of the territory. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
I thank the Premier for his contribution to the debate. Is there anyone else wishing to make a contribution to the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021? With no member catching my eyes, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Attorney General, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to my colleagues in this House for what I believe the Honorable Premier would have called a robust debate, and also for their contributions and commitment to ensure the readiness of the Virgin Islands for our numerous international assessments. We have a few of those coming up. And as a jurisdiction, it would not be possible to have the successes that we have without many different talents on deck, Mr. Speaker. And with that, and seeing that we have quite a way to go this evening, I commend to you this bill, Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is in committee. The honorable members have deliberated the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021 and has also brought witnesses before to speak on the bill. I therefore call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Attorney General, to report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Oh, thank you. I guess I'm so excited to move forward. I apologize. The bill has been moved and now seconded, entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021, and I ask that it be read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I now call again on the Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Dawn J. Smith, to introduce yet another bill for its second and third reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the bill shortly entitled Drug Trafficking Offenses Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I will now give a summary of the bill entitled the Drug Trafficking Offenses Amendment Act 2021, which I will refer to as the bill. As part of the territory's ongoing reform process to ensure full technical and effectiveness compliance standards under the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, 40 recommendations on combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation, this bill seeks to amend the Drug Trafficking Offenses Act 1992, the Principal Act, to provide for necessary reforms. The bill makes it a requirement in respect of every drug trafficking offense where it is considered reasonable to do so, having regard to the nature and circumstances of any particular case, for an investigating or police officer or the Financial Investigation Agency to expand the investigation to establish whether or not a drug money laundering offense may also have been committed. This will ensure that investigating officers are not confined to investigating only the more established drug trafficking offenses under the law, but also widen the net to better protect the Virgin Islands against activities relative to drug money laundering. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the bill formally establishes the Financial Investigation Agency as a central institution in the territory with the responsibility for receiving suspicious transactions reports, also referred to as suspicious activity reports. This removes the ability for suspicious activity reports to be filed with a police officer and requires them to be filed solely with the Financial Investigation Agency. This way, no doubt is created as to which institution has the primary duty of collecting and analyzing suspicious transaction reports. With the proposed reforms to the Financial Investigation Agency Act, whereby the work assigned to the steering committee established under that law is now to be performed exclusively by the Financial Investigation Agency, the bill seeks to amend relevant sections of the Principal Act by removing the references to steering committee and substituting or retaining references to the Financial Investigation Agency. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to widen the scope of the circumstances under which a police officer or customs officer may seize cash to include cash found in the territory if reasonable grounds exist to suspect that the cash is intended to be used in relation to criminal conduct or that it represents the proceeds of criminal conduct. These enforcement powers will ensure greater certainty with regard to the ability of law enforcement to appropriately deal with cash found in the Virgin Islands without attaching any specific threshold. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to my colleagues' support on this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second motion. While on my feet, I'll just briefly say that I support this Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021. The AG was pretty clear about the amendment and the reason for the amendment. It's pretty straightforward. This amendment is an effort in combating against money laundering and certainly provides for law enforcement to be able to investigate when there's a drug trafficking offense, possibility of money laundering, and formally establishes the Financial Investigation Agency as the organization responsible for investigating what's known as the SARS, or the Suspicious Activity Reports. So looking forward to going through this more in committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. With no member indicating their wish to debate the Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021, I invite the Honorable Dawn J. Smith to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Honorable Deputy Premier for seconding the motion and for speaking in support of the bill, and I'm also, of course, grateful to the other members of the House of Assembly who are here with me this evening, steadfast in ensuring that we get through the agenda for this sitting of the House. I don't have any more to add, Mr. Speaker, save to commend this bill to the committee stage. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. This House is in committee. sitting. Have deliberated on the Drug Traffic Offences Amendment Act 2021 and have examined it clause by clause. I call upon the mover of the motion, the Honorable Attorney General, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the bill entitled Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee without amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Drug Trafficking Offences Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed. I call upon the Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Don J. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021 be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, as part of the territory's ongoing reform process to ensure full technical and effectiveness compliance standards under the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, 40 recommendations on combating money laundering and the financing of terrorism and proliferation, this bill seeks to amend the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Act 1997 to provide for necessary reforms. Mr. Speaker, the bill adds a definition of money laundering by mapping the definition to the relevant sections of the Principal Act. In a similar vein, the bill defines terrorist financing to coincide with the definition ascribed to that term in the Financial Investigation Agency Act 2003. Furthermore, the bill makes it clear that any reference in the Principal Act to money laundering, terrorist financing, and countering the financing of terrorism are to be interpreted to include proliferation financing. This streamlining will ensure a better and more effective law enforcement process in combating activities relating to money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Also, Mr. Speaker, the bill makes specific provision to make it a requirement in respect of every predicate offense where it is considered reasonable to do so, having regard to the nature and circumstances of any particular case, for an investigating officer of the Financial Investigation Agency to expand the investigation to establish whether or not a money laundering, terrorist financing, or proliferation financing offense may have also been committed. This will ensure that investigating officers are not confined to investigating only the more established offenses under the law, but also widen the net to better protect the territory against activities relative to money laundering, terrorist financing, or proliferation financing.
Honorable members, this House is in 2 minutes recess. House is in recess.
Please be seated.
This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. We will continue with the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to you for that short break. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021, and I'd gotten to the point where I was saying that the bill makes specific provision to make it a requirement in respect of every predicate offense where it is considered reasonable to do so, having regard to the nature and circumstances of any particular case, for an investigating officer of the Financial Investigation Agency to expand the investigation to establish whether or not a money laundering, terrorist financing, or proliferation financing offense may have also been committed. This will ensure that investigating officers are not confined to investigating only the more established offenses under the law, but also widen the net to better protect the Virgin Islands against activities relative to money laundering, terrorist financing, or proliferation financing. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the bill formally establishes the Financial Investigation Agency as a central institution in the territory with the responsibility for receiving suspicious transactions reports, also referred to as suspicious activity reports. This way, no doubt is created as to which institution has the primary duty of collecting and analyzing suspicious transactions reports, it being noted that such reports may also be filed with the police in some special cases. Also, with the proposed reforms to the Financial Investigation Agency Act, whereby the work assigned to the steering committee established under that legislation is now to be performed exclusively by the Financial Investigation Agency, the bill seeks to remove the references to steering committee and reporting authority and substitute or retain references to the Financial Investigations Agency. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to amend Section 37A of the Principal Act to make it clear that a police officer may seize and detain any cash found within the Virgin Islands if reasonable grounds exist to suspect that the cash is intended to be used in criminal conduct or that it represents the proceeds of criminal conduct. The same rule applies in relation to the import and export of cash above the established threshold of $10,000 without complying with the required declarations to a customs officer. These enforcement powers, Mr. Speaker, will ensure greater certainty with regard to the ability of law enforcement to appropriately deal with cash found in the Virgin Islands without attaching any specific threshold. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and look forward to my colleagues' support on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and while I'm on my feet, I'll assure the Honorable Attorney General that she does have her colleagues' support on this bill. These bills, they're a similar thread that run through all of them. They all work together in tandem. When you amend one of them and you change definitions, it's necessary to go through all of them and ensure that the definitions are consistent and some of the investigating agencies are consistent, etc. So there's common threads that run through all these bills. And while we have been saying, Mr. Speaker, that we are preparing for our evaluation, we must make it clear to the public that we care about strengthening our agencies to be able to fight against drug trafficking, money laundering, the financing of terrorism and proliferation in general, Mr. Speaker. So I give this amendment my full support, and I'm looking forward to going through it in committee stage. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering to myself, what has changed over the years regarding the concerns of this bill? Money laundering, terrorism financing, the proceed of criminal activity. Did they come up with a new proceed? Has the criminal activities changed over the years? We constantly bring legislation to the House pertaining to basically the same thing. But Mr. Speaker, nothing is changing. What we have been able to witness over the last year since COVID has become a part of our lives, we've been able to witness the activities of criminality that has been taking place all along. It's just that the other activities that COVID has curbed has now brought these things almost in broad daylight. Yes, we have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to pass legislation, enhance legislation, but I think we have adequate laws on the books to cover just about everything that needs to be covered. We're going to walk out of here tonight looking good because we passed another piece of legislation to address the same old issues that's been going on all the time. And 5 years from now, these things that are happening right now that we're supposed to be passing this legislation to put the lid on, they'll be happening again. They'll continue to happen. So the problem isn't in the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Every time you ask a question as to why is this happening, somebody's going to tell you that we don't have the laws to cover us, to back us up. Okay, we got a new piece of legislation now. Mr. Speaker, I found something very interesting in this bill. And what I found interesting is the establishment of a National Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Coordinating Council. Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Coordinating Council. Why wasn't this around 10 years ago? Why is it today? Why is it happening now? What do we hope to achieve with this new council? We're doing our job. We have a job to do. Somebody complained, we give them more legislation. And when you look around, they're going to find a need for more legislation. But I found interest in this council, Mr. Speaker. It says that there is established a council to be known as the National Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Council, Coordinating Council. The Coordinating Committee is to be referred to as a Coordinating Committee, which shall consist of A, the Premier as chairman, chairperson, B, the Governor. I don't know if I should say BC or C, because the way it's written here is that they got the Premier is A, the Governor is B, then it's indented, it says C, the Deputy Governor, D, the Attorney General. I think if the Governor is on the committee and the Deputy Governor is on there, then we should have the Deputy Premier on there too. Stands to reason. E, Managing Director of the Commission. F, a member of the Joint Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Advisory Committee established under Section 27A. G, a member of the Intergovernmental Committee on Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Group established pursuant to Section 50 of the Anti-Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing Code of Practice. H, a member of the Council of Competent Authorities established under Section 10A of the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Act 1993. And I, not more than 2 members of the public who are versed in laws and policies relating to money laundering and terrorism financing matters. The Council shall act as the territory's focal point for the coordination of all policies, including ensuring the territory's compliance with establishing international standards to which the territory is a party or has subscribed to, relating to the activities of money laundering and terrorism financing. Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with this commission, this committee. I don't see, I can't figure a body such as this with the premier in it, and as the chairman. I can't picture it. You know, when I see bodies like this and I see someone like the deputy governor on it, I just say, well, that's an administrative body. So okay, let him stay there. But establishing this committee, it's kind of rare that you would have the premier on a matter such like this, involved in a matter such as this. I don't know what obtains internationally if this is something that we are picking up from let's establish an international body, but I don't know of us having anything similar to this where the premier is involved in it, a politician. I hope that the Attorney General and the Premier could shed some light on this for us. Now we're still in the debate stage, but I have an issue with that. I don't see how it functions. I don't understand it. The Premier and the Governor. And I have some serious questions, Mr. Speaker, which I would prefer to reserve for the committee stage. And I wish that the Commissioner of Police would be here during the committee stage, because this bill entails some serious matters of criminality. And as far as I know, the internal security of the territory is vested in the police. Yes, we have the IATF and all the rest of them, but pinnacle to all this, the success of this territory in curbing crimes that are considered proceeds of criminal activities will be the actions of the police. Everything else on paper is just administrative. There are lots of questions, Mr. Speaker, that need to be answered. And the only way we will get them answered is right here in this House. We need to know as lawmakers. It's not okay for, well, the Premier and the Deputy Premier sits, I'm not going to mention the Attorney General. The Attorney General is all over. It sits on the National Security Council. Naturally, they would hear and know things that we don't know. But then they turn around and come here and ask us to pass the laws. You know, now you're in my backyard, so you're going to talk to me. You need to let us know, why is it that we need this piece of legislation? Why is it that the legislation that now currently exists can't take care of the matters that we have before us. All the stuff that is out there right now on the street and in the territory that is not being addressed. You're telling me that this is going to address it? Or that's going to stay where it is and we're looking for new things? Money laundering. They came up with they said money laundering means the doing of any act which constitutes an offense under section 28, 29, 30, and 30A. Well, that you'll find a principal act, and I'm not going to look for those. But that's the definition of money laundering. I guess if it's section 28, 29, 30, and 30A, it means that everything is money laundering. Nothing is left out. So you're telling me now, Mr. Speaker, that there should be no money laundering in the territory if the authorities are doing their job. You got the laws already. But I think that some of us, or some of you, no different. Terrorism financing has a meaning ascribed to it in Section 2.1 of the Financial Investigative Agency Act 2003. Terrorism financing. You see, that's the problem that I have. That's the problem that I've been talking about all along, Mr. Speaker. It's because of these atrocities, I should call them, money laundering, terrorism financing. It's because of these that the stringent, onerous restrictions are placed on all companies registered in the BVI. It's because of these things. And those onerous and stringent restrictions and regulations are imposed upon all local companies as well. What terrorism do we finance with our local companies? We don't make guns in the BVI. I don't even know if you got terrorists here. A couple of dogs that might chase your goats at night. That's probably the only terrorists we got here. But the laws are there that we are subjected to. We need to wake up and start looking out for our people. One bad apple should not be allowed to spoil a whole bunch. Don't lump us all in one basket, Mr. Speaker. That's what's happening. You know how many laws that have passed, or seen passed in this honorable House regarding financial services since 2003? We've passed more laws regarding financial services than every other law combined, Mr. Speaker. We are chasing our own self out of the market. That's what we are doing. We are ruling our own self out of the market. I hear we come here, we talk about first-time homeowners for locals, first-time homeowners for locals. Well, you will get that first home, but you wouldn't have a job because you're out of the market. And let me see what you're going to do with that home if you don't have a job or a business. So while the same government is pushing this first-time home for you to own, tell the government to push for you to own your first business. And not have you to grow up to be a worker dependent on others from overseas that comes here to employ you. In your own home, you're a slave in your own home. Thank God my mother didn't raise me to be a slave. But I can't say the same for my children. Can you? What are we leaving for them? A legacy of begging, dependency. I have no problem with the legislation that we're passing, but let it be directed to the people who it is really supposed to be going towards. All the drugs and all the weapons that are going into Yemen are finance proceeds of these same things that we're looking at right here. Places like Yemen where war is raging, people are dying from hunger. We are here in the Virgin Islands passing laws to curb the smuggling of drugs and all that stuff, and terrorism financing. And those same laws, we are subjected, we in here in the Virgin Islands are subjected to those same laws. I want to see the police commissioner here, because we have problems in the Virgin Islands. Yes, of course we do. The question is why? Ain't none of us in here can answer those questions. None of us in here can answer those questions unless, I don't know, unless you don't go home when you leave here at night. And you're gonna ask me to come here and just have the Attorney General get up, present the bill, and all of us gonna start saying, yeah, bill passed, and none of us know what the devil is for, what's going on in this little country. I see things in this country like everyone else of you, every one of you see, and I guarantee that most of you, if not all of you know more than I do. Every one of you in here know more than I do regarding what's going on out there. I'm just a little choir boy. Spend most of my time protected. I don't take the sun, I don't take night dew. So all of you know more than I do. So why don't we do the right thing? We need a police commissioner to talk to us. We'll speak to him off the record. I'm sure that he can share a lot with us. I don't know. We can't ask the deputy premier and the premier to tell us anything, because whatever they're discussing in national security is a top secret, a national secret. Well, Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, like I said, since 2003, I've passed more bills in this House for financial services than all the other bills combined. And if you ask me, Mr. Speaker, when you look around the Virgin Islands, you see more of the same, more of the same. I didn't say you see the same thing. You see more of the same thing. It means things are changing, and it's changing exponentially, Mr. Speaker. What I don't like about it, Mr. Speaker, is that everyone is being painted with the same brush. If I go into St. Thomas, I have to declare. I come to Tortola, I got to declare. Meanwhile, all I got in my bag or in my pocket is $50, Mr. Speaker. But I must declare, just like everybody else. They're going to rumble through my luggage like they rumble through everybody's luggage. That's what you call painting everyone with the same brush, Mr. Speaker. We could do better. We just got to develop the spine, a backbone, to do better. So, AG, I think that you should let us know, because it's your bill. You should line up your witnesses. It's not just a matter of bringing in your experts to explain to us some of the technical aspects of the bill. This bill has more greater ramification than just the technical aspect of it. We need an education in here, and that education must come from the man on the street. Else, why am I here? I didn't learn anything. I have interest with this committee that's been established, where the Premier is the chairman. I want an understanding as to how is it supposed to be working, what is it expecting to change, and should the Premier be on a committee like this. And I'm not taking anything away from a Premier, whether it's this Premier, another Premier, whomever. I'm not taking anything away from them. It's unorthodox. And I think I'm in a position to speak to what's orthodox and unorthodox in this House. I'll leave it as that, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 3rd District for his contributions. Is there any other member wishing to make a contribution to the bill? I recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and member for the 1st District, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that given that all that has been said before, but Mr. Speaker, we have to continue to further strengthen our ability to police ourselves, especially when the international world looks upon us in financial services in different areas, and it creates a very uncomfortable position sometimes to create that balance. And because in an effort to create that balance, sometimes you have to end up unintentionally, but sometimes without no choice, creating an imbalance in some other areas in order to create a balance, which is a paradox. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, that the member with the 3rd mentions an area that concerns him, but that's too late. NAMLAC has existed now for years, and whoever is the Premier co-host, co-chair it with whoever the governor is. That's going on for years. That didn't just start with this bill. That exists. As a matter of fact, these bills get here as a result of the meetings through NAMLAC in terms of naming all that we have to do to get through the FTAF and all the other international regulation bodies. The last Premier served on it, the Premier before that served on it. That exists. So, Mr. Speaker, all the bill doing is recognizing an entity that already exists. It functions. As a matter of fact, the next meeting for NAMLAC was today. But given that we were coming to the House, we postponed it to another time. And through the NAMLAC is where we get a matrix of what all needs to be done, not only to pass the bills for the upcoming assessment, but to make sure that we continue to ensure that the jurisdiction is properly regulated. So this horse already out of the ban. As a matter of fact, the ban is already gone. The horse is just out. And this, Mr. Speaker, shows the maturity of us as a people to have the position of a Premier chairing organization of this level. Before, it would not have been a Premier at all. It would have just been the governor. So it is a step in the right direction. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say as the co-chair, the people of the Virgin Islands sitting on that organization in the different positions that they're in have done well. As a matter of fact, one time we were being accused of not being up to par with all that we need to be up to par with, given that it was COVID and we didn't have a meeting in a while, given it was COVID. But when we went and do a checklist, a check of all the listing of all that had to be done and still needs to be done, we were doing pretty well. And today has helped us to even move a step further in the right direction. Because if you don't do these things to further strengthen your governance, it's not just to be reprimanded locally, you'll be reprimanded internationally. And if we end up blacklisted, I'm sure the opposition will get up and say, well, look what happened under the watch of the government. So you're in a damn if you do and damn if you don't. Now, there are some areas that, yes, concern all of us, but finding that balance is very, very, a very peculiar thing to get done. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I would just rise to say, as a territory, we continue to mature and we move towards our time of self-reliance, and when that time comes, but little by little aboard builds his nest. And if this allows for the Premier to move in the position of Premier to be more involved in these high-level areas, well, then that's good, because a little of something is better than a lot of nothing. It's better than just having a Premier seat in terms of the position, not the person in it, whether me or who. And we are not progressing, but rather going in the opposite direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I do thank all my colleagues for this, because, Mr. Speaker, the AG have brought it. It could have well be the Premier, but the AG have brought it. And we're here to support, because we cannot run from these things at all. And the truth be told, some of these things were there to be done for quite a while. And while some make joke about kicking the can down the road, this can can't get kicked down, can't kick any further, flat no. So we have to now move forward with some of these things and move forward in the best interest of the reputation of the territory. But at the same time too, I agree with you. Member for the top, we still have to fight for legislation to help our people. What I notice is that there's always a kumbaya song sang that is sang in certain quarters when it comes to the necessary regulations or laws to help regulate our people. When it comes time to pass those laws that to benefit our people in areas, you would hear some in the same, who are in the same choir trying to sing in a different key. And because it seems like there's more of a mindset that we need everything to regulate us, but few things to prepare us. And that's why we have to fight ahead with some of the legislations that we do bring in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. We fight with all of them, but there are some specific ones that are going to hit home. And you have to fight through all the obstacles to get it delivered for the people of the Virgin Islands. Because some persons don't look at the people of the Virgin Islands as being honest people. They think that all we are crook, criminals, and thieves. When in fact we are some of the most honest persons in the Virgin Islands. There's always going to be good and bad wherever you go. But some of us help them to get this image of us, because we decide who we want to see rise, and some of us decide who we want to see fall. And we join some of these persons to go after our own people, not understanding that that chapter of conduct has been written already and it has never ended well. Everyone ends up the loser. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to know our people at this level, and that we could push ahead and bring legislation that will help our territory to be stronger and more united. It also keeps us in the right stead to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we understand that we have to do things above board, but we must create more opportunities. Because if we don't continue to create more opportunities for our people, then yes, some of these areas that we are passing will turn back to haunt our people. But we have to make sure that we continue to fight for our people and what's best for them. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and we'll continue to move forward together.
I thank the Honorable Premier for his contribution to the debate. Is there any other member wishing to make a contribution? With no member catching my eyes, I call upon the Honorable Attorney General to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm especially grateful to see the debate that has come out of this particular piece of legislation, and I believe the committee stage will be interesting if the debate so far is anything to go by. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would commend the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act for deliberation in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is in committee. Members have deliberated clause by clause on the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021. I therefore call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Attorney General, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, sir, my apologies.
No problem.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the bill entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021 be now read a third time and passed as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Proceeds of Criminal Conduct Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I call upon the Honorable Attorney General for the moving of another bill. I'm sorry, I recognize the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move another motion. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, that from 16, yes, from 6, 16, 17, and 18 be removed from the order paper. And also, Mr. Speaker, what we labeled as the new number 7, questions and answers, be removed from the order paper, which was agreed with the Leader of the Opposition, and all of them to be placed on the new sittings order paper, Mr. Speaker, on Thursday. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that all those now be removed from the order paper and be placed on the new sitting, Mr. Speaker, which will be the 9th sitting of the 3rd session of the 4th House of Assembly on Thursday, to be placed then. Mr. Speaker, so I move, and then that will only be private business and other members' business. So I so move. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor to remove 3 bills from today's order of the day: the Criminal Justice International Cooperation Amendment Act 2021, the Counter-Terrorism Act 2021, and the Financial Investigative Agency Amendment Act 2021, as well as item number 7, question and answers, and the bills and the questions are to be placed on the agenda for the 9th sitting. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The order of the day is so amended. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, other business.
I call upon the clerk.
Item number 9, adjournment.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
No, you had other business? Huh? No, you had no other business? You had anything on other business?
There is a motion on the floor to adjourn the House. Is there a second?
Yeah, man, McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure. I think we missed the opportunity to speak on any other business, and I'm not sure if that's possible, Mr. Speaker.
Teresa, you need hands. Go ahead.
Well, I had called, the clerk called out other business. I waited. No one made a contribution.
Well, just adjourn. Call her.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for adjournment.
Thank you.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this House adjourn sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable House is now adjourned sine die.